Welcome, everyone. Let's see, do we want to start with a roll call vote?
Yeah. Trustee Sparks?
Here.
Trustee Valdez?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Barkey?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
He plans to arrive around 3 p.m. All right, and anyone want to make a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. And also a motion to approve the minutes? So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes 4-0 as well. And now we're going to go into closed session to conduct some interdistrict appeal hearings. So we will be back by 5 p.m. Okay. Everyone, it's great to see you all. Thanks for spending your evening with us tonight. And we'll start as we normally do with our invocation. And I'm happy to invite Rabbi Sherman to the podium. Rabbi Karen Sherman is with Heritage Point Mission Viejo.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Rabbi Karen Sherman. I currently serve as Director of Spiritual Life at Heritage Point, which is the only senior assisted living community in our area founded on a Jewish mission. So why would a rabbi who works with seniors want to come and support education for children? My father was an elementary school teacher and principal here in Orange County for 30 years. So I grew up hearing, oh, there goes the principal's daughter. I remember helping out at school during my summer and winter breaks. I'm old enough to remember the smell of messy mimeograph machines back in the day. Going to school, getting an education, going to college, doing well, these were not options in my family. I was such a nerd growing up that I would cry if I was sick and had to stay home from school. So I now have two fully grown adult daughters who were educated in Orange County's public school system. One is a teacher. The other is on a path to become a rabbi. It's a long path. And I serve seniors whose grandchildren, and in many cases great-grandchildren, go to school in our Orange County schools. We all care about education. Jewish seniors care. They want their grandchildren to be educated in a system that treats them and their peers fairly, where American values of reading, writing, and arithmetic are taught alongside Jewish values of kindness, compassion, and justice. Jewish seniors want their grandchildren to feel like they belong in the room just as much as anyone else, to learn in an environment where questions are valued as much as answers, to thrive in a climate where civil behavior is as paramount as civil discourse. Jewish seniors dream of the day when all children will feel safe, secure, and supported, where their visions of who and what they want to be can become reality. Dad always said, the ultimate indicator of success in the classroom was the person standing up in front of the classroom. Jewish seniors care about the teachers earning fair wages, enjoying adequate benefits, and receiving sufficient support. So with the dreams of seniors and the visions of children in mind, I offer this prayer. Holy One of blessing, we give thanks for the gift of our children and the many blessings they bring to our lives. Bless them with courage and curiosity. Bless those who love them with empathy and patience. Bless the ones who stand in front of their classrooms. May their work and their words be guided by acceptance and understanding. And bless those who set policies that affect their futures with wisdom and integrity. In the words of the prophet Joel, the old shall dream dreams, and the youth shall see visions. Guide the generations in mutual respect, admiration, and love. Amen.
Amen.
I think Dad would be proud if he could see me here today. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for caring for all our children.
Thank you so much. I think it's the first time that we've had humor before an invocation, and I loved it. I've never heard people laugh so loud before and during an invocation, and I love that. And I just want to remind everyone and everyone in the Zoom audience, or the, I guess, YouTube, that in order to do an invocation here, you have to request it. We don't invite anyone. You go on our website and you ask to come, and first come, first serve. And so I just want you to keep in mind, if there's somebody you know that would love to do an invocation, we love it. Your invocation was wonderful, Karen. We really appreciate you. So thank you so much. Next, we're going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we do that, I have to say, you guys probably, most of you know that I had a couple of very successful colleagues last night. Lisa is, I think, winning her race, or has won her race by 77%. So We were pretty confident that she'd win, but she really won last night. And Tim also did very well. He is moving along to supervisor, right? So we're proud of him.
You're going to jinx me here.
Sorry, I just said we're really happy and proud of you. And since Lisa was the big winner, we're going to ask her to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, thank you all. Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lisa. I hope you didn't mind. All right. Do we have any special guest introductions?
I have none.
Okay, well, then next I would like to invite Mr. Jan Killy up to the podium for a presentation. And do we have handouts or no, just a presentation?
Actually, I have them if you
Okay.
want them, but they said that they printed out for all of you. But
Okay,
if you do,
perfect.
I have them on the back.
that's fine.
Basically, same thing you're going to see on the screen there
Okay.
on the back table.
Okay, perfect.
It's in there.
Great, thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for allowing me to come and speak. President, the Board of Education, and as Rabbi said, you are caring for our next wave of people who will enter the society and will do good. And you are stewards of what they're being taught, which is very important. So just to tell you, I am representing Israel Global Foundation. It is a nonprofit, only 2.5 years old we started. And we did a lot of different things. Then October 7 happened, and we completely pivoted. And we're concentrating on few keystones that we try to do. But the biggest one and why I am here today is, in these 2.5 years, we've taken Holocaust survivors and some soldiers who fought in the war, but mainly Holocaust survivors, to mainly South County schools. And I realized that Orange County has more than just South County. So South County, we have about 3,000 junior high and high school kids that we brought Holocaust survivors to speak to them. And probably about 1,000 students, we take them to Concordia University, to Vanguard University. We even took one to USC to speak. So what I am offering as the Holocaust survivor speaker, unfortunately, it's a limited time suggestion because they're getting very, very old. We just lost one from our synagogue. He was 102 years old. And he loved to go and talk to kids, in particularly in students. We have one who is 103-year young. That's what and he just spoke about a month ago at San Clemente to 200 people. But before that, we took him to auditorium, and there was 200 students there, and he spoke to them. And believe it or not, seeing a movie, reading a book, watching on YouTube is one thing, but hearing from the person who lived it, who experienced it, and persevered is invaluable, and the kids eat it up. So I'm not going to read through everything what I put in there, but I think it's very, very important to expose them to true history, not modified history. And we have a saying in Jewish community, never again. And it happens. Every time we don't pay attention to history, don't learn from history, it happens over and over again. And we don't want that to happen ever again. So learning about World War II, learning about Holocaust, learning about genocide, and by the way, if you think it was only Jews who was genocide during World War II, look at the Polish people, look at gypsies, look at people who are of different sexual persuasion, what the Germans did to them. I shouldn't say Germans, Nazis, okay? And it is very important that kids learn that properly. And we offer this, and we want to bring this to all of the schools throughout Orange County, not just the South County, Central, or North County. And that's why I'm here. I'm here to ask the board to help us to put this together. We already talked with some of you. We've envisioned in doing this after the summer break because it's a little too late. And what we would do, we would bring a Holocaust survivors. We'll have 45 to 60 minutes, them telling their story. And usually one in particular comes with his daughter. She helps him because even though he speaks good English, you probably noticed that I speak perfect English. It's all of you speak with an accent, right? So that person also speaks just like me, perfect English, but his daughter is helping to kind of narrate that, and she kind of intersect jokes and make it funny, just like the rabbi did, because it can't be just facts and bombardment of bad stuff. And believe it or not, the students love this. They come, and most importantly, after the presentation, they all come, take pictures, and literally, if it was 60 minutes were allocated, it takes another 2 hours for them, asking questions, taking pictures, and it is absolutely invaluable. So I would like to have support of this board to be able to deliver this to this board, and actually I'm talking to other boards in Orange County, but I want to use this as a pilot program to make it right and deliver to everybody else. So we do this usually, we bring 200-300 people, so it can be done in auditorium when we bring not just one class or one school. We can bring multiple schools, and all we need is a microphone. That's it. I mean, if you want to, we can even put a PowerPoint presentation because with Dr. Eisenbach, when he talked about his mom, I flashed on the screen his picture of the mother, his brother, his family. And so we're not really doing a PowerPoint presentation, we're not really doing a movie, we're having a person telling their story and how they lived it. And I usually end up asking at the end if nobody asks. And believe it or not, I only had to do it twice. Usually some kid comes up and said, excuse me, whoever is speaking at that time, and said, you've seen terrible, terrible things. How are you being so positive after what you saw? And you'll be surprised what they usually say. I'm not going to tell you, you should come and listen to that because it is amazing. Those people, I call them the Iron Generation. They live to the horrors that nobody should ever live, and yet they're full of life and they want to live, but they want everybody else to know so it never happens again. If you have any questions, please ask me. Like I said, I don't read, I mean, there is a lot of words in there but it's something I think is very important for the especially junior high and high school kids to learn, because a little younger, we can do something completely different than that. But it's important for them to know the history and how it happened so it never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. We appreciate your time. And just to give you a little background, Jan came and spoke to Dr. Bean, myself, and Dennis, Mr. Cole. And we just thought it was a great opportunity because I agree that these people, they are dying off. I've heard a lot of them over time, and there's fewer and fewer to hear. So I think it's a great opportunity. And I guess as a board, we'll discuss, or I'm not sure what our next step really is here.
Let's discuss it now.
Okay, let's discuss it now.
You'll let me know, and
Okay.
I'll work with you in
All
any
right.
capacity
All
I
right.
can.
Do you want
I mean,
anything,
we are the
questions, or-
board for access.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
could, we could ask Dr. Bean to schedule that seminar for various access classes.
Yeah, after our meeting with Jan, I spoke with leadership at Access, and they're discussing with their different schools.
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to tell the truth and tell the world, because there's a lot of people that still don't even know about what happened in the 1940s in Nazi Germany. And to see a generation of human beings that were there to tell their story, what they went through, very moving. And I think it's important, especially today in culture, where we have a lot of bad things going on, a lot of anti-American sentiment by people who want to undermine our country. So this is so pro-American. This is so telling the truth.
I didn't want to say that, but that's really dear to my heart because I'm an immigrant just like Dr. Bean, and I love this country.
We are all immigrants to some degree or another.
So what I presented to the board is really phase one. I have in mind phase two, phase three, but like I said, let's learn how to walk before we're going to run. So I'm really looking forward to this opportunity to put it in front of a lot of children.
So maybe we can have the executive committee come back and present something more formally,
Okay.
whatever resolution or whatever program.
I think that's great. Thank you, Jan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, appreciate you. All right, next I would love next we have public comments. Sorry.
So we only have 5, so I think we can do 3 minutes each. So I'll call the speaker's name, and then the next person who's on deck can make their way on over. So we will start with Cara, followed by Catherine. Sorry.
Testing. My name is Cara Petit, and I was here last month regarding a situation about a front office person, staff person that we needed for Harbor Learning Center North. Still not resolved, by the way. Yesterday, a meeting was called at our site about safety. I walked into the meeting and saw Chief Dr. Poulin, Director Dr. Cardenas, Dr. Ken Coe, Lisa Lanier, Amy Smith, Michelle Kilgore, Union Vice President Rosalinda Ramirez, and Simone Neal from HR. But not our principal, Dr. Gilbert Sanchez. Let me tell you about our principal. He came to us from the 30-year military career, culminating as the rank of colonel. He was actually our director of Sunburst Youth Academy. That is a very highly recommended program within Access. Since switching sides to join Access about 3 years ago, he has supported our staff to ensure we have what we need to serve our students academically, socially, emotionally. But during yesterday's meeting, Dr. Poulin lied to our faces about Dr. Sanchez, lied about knowledge of this front desk situation, lied about changes that she and Dr. Cardenas were trying to make to our site staff processes and procedures. She said that it was Dr. Sanchez who had made these changes, when we had all had conversations with Dr. Sanchez and knew that to be a lie. As a military man, Dr. Sanchez operates by the book. He does not lie to us. He does not gaslight us. So for Dr. Poulin to lie about an administrator is disrespectful, unprofessional, and frankly, unacceptable for her position.
Okay, Catherine will be followed by Scott.
Hi, my name is Catherine Liu. I'm the president of our Educators Association, representing Access and Connection both. I'm here to voice concerns of our current chief of Access. You just heard what Cara said. I echo what she said. I've sat across from her at a meeting, and she lied to my face. I didn't know what to do with that. I've never met a leader who lied to my face. I have an example of our associations have been asking for a school calendar, something as simple as a school calendar. Can we have a school calendar so our members can know when they sign their choice of contract days that they know how many non-work days they can have? Okay. So all the contracts are due May 22nd. Do you know when the school calendar came out? When it was requested back in August of 2025? May 22nd at the end of the day. How are our educators supposed to make choices on how many days you're going to have off if they don't have a school calendar? When we asked back, it took 10 months. Could have had a baby by then. 10 months to come up with the school calendar. Secondly, the attack on Dr. Sanchez. I don't understand it. I really don't. Dr. Sanchez is highly respected. I've never worked with him personally. I've sat with him during conferences and had conversations with him. The last conference we were together was at Contract Learning Conference. He sat at our table, and Cara and I were making notes on the manual. And he said, oh yeah, I was here last year. I read through the manual, every single page. I have not known a leader that have read a manual every single page. He knew that manual inside out. That's the type of leader he is. And for him to be attacked, I'm shocked. He was in the Air Force for over 30 years, serving as a colonel He commanded the Air Force. He has leadership skill. What is happening to him is not acceptable and it's not okay. Leadership requires honesty, integrity, accountability, and respect. When those qualities are absent, the entire organization suffers. I've been here over 25 years. I've never seen Access as a mess as it is now. We have directors leaving, and before they left, they all lost weight. I haven't seen like people gaunt faces. It's shocking. That's what's going on in Access. And Trustee Valdez, you just said, you are the Board of Access. Let's look into this.
Okay, Scott will be followed by Rana.
Scott Galloway?
Yep.
We ready?
Go for it.
Hello, my name is Scott Galloway. I worked for Access for 30 years, 15 years in day school and 15 in contract learning. I'm grateful to have worked with students at risk of not graduating. First thing I wish to describe is the gradual, consistent lowering of student expectations. With the student computer programs, the students are supposed to read the lessons, take the quiz, and if they don't pass, they must start over. But what the students told me they do is they just put their questions in their phones and pass them every time. Parents should be informed about this. They may score an A on the World War II section, but when you ask them afterwards what was the Holocaust, they say, I don't remember. Years ago, contract learning teachers would spend 30 to 40 minutes with students at every appointment, teaching curriculum, checking for understanding. What they actually do now is they just collect the work, they give a new assignment, and they send the student on their way. There's no teaching. They may discuss their recent fishing trip, but they don't discuss expected student learning outcomes for each course. One teacher assigns ELL textbooks to students who are fluent in English. In day school, there are no longer any quizzes, no exams. Students are not required to memorize anything. For 30 years, it was commonly agreed between teachers that it requires at least 3 weeks for a student to complete a 5-credit course if the teacher is respecting state standards and including everything required for the course. My last principal encouraged me to award credits more generously, allow them to complete courses more quickly. He said, other teachers do it. I know from experience, if you cram everything into 1 or 2 weeks, you end up with a week of truancy, unless, of course, the students are using AI to cheat. We are not supposed to push them through. A teacher can tell when a student uses AI to generate an essay or summarize each chapter of a novel. They can confirm it if they interview the student about their assignment at the weekly appointment, which teachers do not do anymore. A recent study by MIT shows that this contributes to cognitive atrophy. It's no wonder that California's scores are so low. Computers should not be a replacement for teaching, but that's what's happening, and the results are not good. Second thing I wish to describe is the biased, liberal, woke indoctrination in the classrooms. Several teachers show CNN every morning, only CNN. One teacher shows Stephen Colbert and boasts about it. A teacher gave a lesson about Cesar Chavez and revised history, leaving out that Cesar Chavez's goal was to unionize citizen farm workers. Another teacher yelled at me for teaching world cultures. She said, you should let them identify however they want to. In conclusion, contract learning teachers should spend time tutoring their students at each appointment. Teachers need training in respecting state standards and political bias in the classroom. Administration needs to establish policy and protocol for maintaining it. Parents should be informed about cheating using AI, and when it happens, parent conferences should be mandatory. It used to be called a rigorous program, but you're making it easier and easier and easier, and it's not doing a service to the community. Thank you.
Rana, followed by Heidi.
Hi, Dr. Bean and esteemed board members. I'm Rana with Suncoast. First of all, congratulations to Lisa Sparks and Tim Shaw in being able to continue your work with our children. As we wrap up another school year and look forward to graduation on June 12th, where we will have 46 graduating seniors. I wanted to take a moment to thank you for your support over the past 4 years. We appreciate all of the professional development opportunities, and several of our leadership team members will be completing their CTE credentials through the OCDE this summer, including myself. And we appreciate not only growth opportunities for our families, but also for our staff. We truly appreciate your commitment to supporting educational opportunities and choices for all children. Your partnership and encouragement have meant a great deal to our school community. Thank you again for all that you do, and we wish you a wonderful month.
And Heidi.
Clap. Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. Bean. My name is Heidi Landgraf, and I have been an education specialist with Suncoast for the last 5 years. As I have every month, it is an honor to share our journey along the way this school year and report the exciting events happening with our school. As we wrap up the school year, we finalized our yearbook cover and contest. We had incredible attendance when we held our physical fitness tests at various parks across all of the counties we serve. Tomorrow, our Explorers Club, which has provided opportunities to explore many engaging and different learning experiences across Orange County every week, is ending our school year with a field day, which will include a scavenger hunt, kickball game, and relay races, and opportunities for families to share the memories we've made along the way. My theater class will be performing an original play they collaborated to write for friends and family next week. We also have an end-of-the-year bonfire bash at Corona Del Mar Beach. And this year, we have 3 time slots for our promotion for our kindergarten, 5th, and 8th grade, and 46 of our seniors will be graduating this year. Our year is ending like we began this year, with our families and staff showing gratitude for our school, appreciating and having such a heart to build our learning community, and all we do as a charter. Suncoast truly could not thrive as we do without your support, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And congratulations to Lisa Sparks and Tim Shaw. Oh my gosh, sorry. I apologize, Tim. Yes, Tim. I am now fired from ever doing this again.
You guys are jinxing me. I haven't won anything, so.
You won the primary.
Okay.
You did. All right. So next, I would entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Make a motion.
Second. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. It passes. Renee, do we have any charter submissions?
Yes, we have one new charter submission. It's Excel charter that was denied by Irvine Unified, so that will be coming to us. And so their public hearing will be on July 8th with board action on August 5th.
And I think our binders were delivered on Friday, so I think
they
we
were,
have
yes.
those. Okay, because I got a really big thing again. I thought,
Yes.
what's going on? So okay.
We're trying to help you with,
No, it's nice, so we don't have to
weightlifting.
carry it out, so it
Yes.
gets delivered. I just want them to come pick it up the day of the meeting, too. Is that okay?
We didn't talk about that
I
yet.
know, I'm
Do
just
that.
teasing.
There's always drop off.
It's a good workout.
Try to,
It's
you know, it's
okay.
the healthy movement. Like
Yes. No, it's a great workout, so that's all right. All right, next, I'll invite Araceli.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Bean. Today, the board will hold a public hearing to consider the countywide charter petition submitted by California Online Public Schools to establish California Online Public Schools, Southern California. The petition has been reviewed in accordance with applicable provisions of the California Education Code. You've been provided with the Orange County Department of Education staff report, which summarizes the findings from that review and presents the staff's recommendations for the board's consideration. Following a comprehensive review of the petition, including a clarification meeting which was held on May 4th, staff recommend that the board approve the California Online Public Schools Southern California countywide charter petition for a 5-year term. The school is operated by a nonprofit public benefit corporation that currently operates 6 schools, including a district-authorized non-classroom-based charter school in the Capistrano Unified School District. The proposed charter school would serve students in transitional kindergarten through grade 12, beginning in the 26-27 school year. As required under Education Code Section 47605.6, staff reviewed whether the proposed educational services would benefit a pupil population that cannot be served as well by a charter school operating within a single school district. The petition identifies a geographically dispersed student population across Southern California, including students in Orange, Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino, and San Diego counties, who intentionally select a non-classroom-based educational program. The proposed instructional model is primarily a fully online program designed to provide flexibility for students whose educational needs may not be fully met through a traditional site-based program. In addition to virtual instruction, the school proposes to establish strategically located resource centers that would provide career technical education opportunities, individualized academic supports, counseling services, and opportunities for student engagement and collaboration. Based on the record presented, staff find that the petition identifies a distinct pupil population that will benefit from this flexible educational model. Staff also find that the proposed services cannot be served as effectively through a charter school that operates within a single district. The petition demonstrates that the proposed resource centers, specialized services, and student support systems are intended to serve students across a broad geographical area and are designed around student need rather than district boundaries. Accordingly, staff concluded the petition satisfies the threshold for countywide criteria set forth in Education Code Section 47605.6A1. Staff further find that the petition meets the standards outlined in Education Code 47605.6 and contains the required elements necessary for approval. Based on review of the petition, information presented at the public hearing, and information obtained during the clarification meeting, staff find that the proposed educational program offers services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services and cannot be served as well through a charter school operating in only one district. We recommend that the board approve the CalOps Southern California Countywide Charter Petition for a 5-year term from July 1, 2026 through June 30th of 2031. And we also recommend approval of the standard agreement that delineates the operational relationship between the charter schools, the board, and the department. And execution should occur by July of 2026. Prior to board action, the charter school representatives are allotted equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to provide evidence and testimony in response to the staff recommendation and findings. I now invite the charter school representatives to the podium.
Thank you very much. We have no presentation or anything to give any further information.
Okay, that keeps it simple.
Okay. The public hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comment. Trustee Shaw, are there any speakers for this item?
I don't have any cards.
As there are no speakers, the public comment period is now closed. The Orange County Board of Education has 3 options for action. Option 1, approve the charter petition. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. Option 3, deny the charter petition. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will start with the big winner.
Oh, I feel like I've done all my homework on you guys. I'm in full support of what you've put together. I feel like you're really good to go, and whenever the time is right, I'd be ready to make a motion in that for option A.
Okay.
That's what the winner wants to do.
Yes. All right. All right. Next,
big winner.
The big winner.
The big winner. Next, we'll go to just the winner, who is Tim Shaw.
Jeez, tough crowd, man. When you're up against Lisa, the landslide, it's hard to compete.
Landslide Lisa, I like that.
No, I thought you guys had a great presentation last time, and I thought I really didn't have any questions.
Okay. Dr. Williams.
Likewise, consistent with my peers, kudos for what you've done. Your presentation last month was 100%. I appreciate the professionalism, the details that you gave us, and with my whole heart, I will support you guys.
Okay, and George.
I don't have any questions. I do want to point out, just for the public, that at the last meeting I asked, I forgot your name, sir. Richie. I asked Richie to respond to an objection letter that we got from Newport Mesa. I got a very well-drafted legal response, which I looked through in detail today. Clearly addressing all the points in that letter that we received. And I think the public should at least be aware that we received this letter. It is well drafted. All the responses are there. And I certainly considered the letter as part of my decision today. I will be supporting this petition.
Excellent. Well, there's not much to say. I mean, you guys didn't do a presentation, and we didn't have much to say, so I think you guys are awesome. So excited that you're expanding here. And Lisa did make a motion, or wants to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for option A.
I'll second.
And George is seconding, so I think we're ready to vote. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, I don't think there's anyone opposed, so it's 5-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right,
Moving on.
moving on. Next, we will move on to board recommendations. Mr. Valdez, you have the floor. Good night and thank you again. Night.
No, wait, did we skip number 11?
Did I skip something?
Number 12.
12?
That's 12.
Oh, I'm sorry.
12.
It's the agreement for Sam Willie.
No, that's item 12.
Under charter schools.
12, yeah.
12.
Yes, we did skip that. Okay, between the parties and its June 3rd meeting.
If I could, Madam President,
Yes.
My boss is married to a teacher at Sam Willie Academy, so out of an abundance of caution, I've decided I would abstain on items related to Sam Willie Academy, so I will be abstaining on this.
Okay. Wonderful. Let's see.
So, may I ask a question?
Of course.
Yeah. So this is a document on an agreement, and to summarize the agreement, Renee, what would you say? It's just more technical administrative language changes to align with current education codes?
Yes, and I could probably have Araceli help me out a little bit more. There were a couple items, updated code issues that they actually gave us, and we will have our expert help you.
So there's 3 changes to it. One of them does align with the education code. They wanted, our former agreement asked for them to complete Brown Act training every year and ethics training, and so they wanted it to be changed to what education code requires, which is that it's done every 2 years. And done, I think we used to have a 45-day when they entered into office or when a new person was hired, and that is now a 6-month time frame that they have before they do that initial. So they wanted that change, and we agree to that because it does match what education code says. They also gave us a small change on page 6 of 11 pages here, where we require them to provide us any notification of any litigation that they're in, and so they just wanted to add the word known, any known litigation that they have, so that was fine for us as well. And then they corrected an education code a citation for us that had changed recently, and so we will make sure that that change is corrected in all further agreements, and that's it.
To summarize, crossing our T's and dotting our I's.
Correct. So all of these changes will probably continue to move forward through all of the agreements since they are based on education code and law.
Okay, wonderful.
Wait a minute, wait. So this is something that you both have agreed to?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we talk about it beforehand and make sure that what we're bringing to the board, we're typically aligned, and our legal department has also reviewed it to ensure that everything's accurate.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the explanation. Yeah, I believe it was initiated by Sam Willie.
Well, the agreement we do with because they had the renewal, so everyone has an agreement. But these changes, yes, were asked by them.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. So does anybody have any discussion? All right, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstain? Aye. Aye. Okay, so we have 4-1. Yes, thank you. And thank you.
4-0-1.
4-0-1. All right, thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Oh.
Who made the motion?
We need,
Who made the motion?
All right, I'll make a motion to.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain.
401.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Done.
12 really had some issues. I completely ignored it at first. Okay, now we will go to Mr. Valdez on AB 1390, please.
So anytime I think you talk about board member compensation, which I am told has not been addressed or changed in about 40 years at this board, I know that's a sensitive topic. The only one who even,
if it was true, he said yes.
the only one who would moderately even remember that would be Ken, since he's been here for 30 years. I'm going to make a motion soon to raise the board member stipend, but before I do that.
Well, you can make the motion, then we can discuss. If you want to make the motion, you can do it, and then we can discuss it.
I know that's probably the way Ken, our parliamentarian, would like to do it. I like to talk about things and then make a motion.
All right.
But for the benefit of the public who may not know how really time-consuming this job is, you know, it's not just the monthly meetings which people think start at 5 o'clock. You know, for us, it sometimes starts at 2 o'clock. And today it started at 2:30 with 6 interdistrict appeals. Then there's the preparation for the meeting, responding to constituent concerns which are, you know, consistent. You know, last year we had, you know, some issues over at OSHA and our Jewish kids. That was, you know, a very time-consuming thing for me to address. I had issues, and I'm just going through the stuff that I remember over the past year. We had some major issues over at IIA where our parents felt, you know, they were not being heard by the administration, and there were letters drafted and meetings about that. Again, I'm just dealing with me. I don't even want to talk about Trustee Barkey's schedule. I mean, that's just daunting. What she does is just daunting. You know, meetings with the charter community occasionally, sometimes, you know, to address academic concerns or other concerns that they may have, writing letters on behalf of constituents, appearances at graduation events, making commencement speeches. I have not yet been part of the executive committee, but I am told that that is quite a lot of extra work, even above what I've just said. The job does, you know, require basically an extra wardrobe, you know, to maintain. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into this job, and the legislature sort of fixed at, for a county of our size, a maximum stipend of $2,000. I think we're currently around $550. And again, this hasn't been addressed in over, or modified in over 40 years. So I'm going to make a motion to raise the board stipend to $2,000, though that is my reason for doing that. And I'm going to ask my colleagues up here to support that.
So it's my understanding that the
We don't have a motion.
Huh?
I was curious whether we had a motion.
Do we have a motion or not yet?
I can make the motion now. I'm going to make a motion to raise the board member stipend to $2,000, which is the statutory maximum consistent with AB 1390.
Okay, I'll second, but I want to talk. So my understanding is the California legislature acknowledged that after more than 40 years, or I don't know how many decades, there's been no adjustment, and they've recognized that statewide county boards have increasing responsibilities, which, yes, and that essentially compensation should be aligned with the response. That was kind of their take. Is that fair?
That's accurate.
Is that accurate? Okay. So if that's the case, I mean, I think a modest step like this would be consistent with the legislative intent, which is long overdue. So as such, I guess I think I would support and encourage each board member to work to approve. But if this gets approved, I think we each could work with HR to talk about what we're okay with. Like if individual board members don't feel comfortable commensurate with the amount of work responsibility, or they just don't feel comfortable taking a certain amount, each individual could work with HR to say, I'm willing to do this or this. But at least if it's approved, people have that option. That's kind of where I'm sitting on it.
I can make some comments on that, because I actually did speak to another board, and that's exactly what they did. They voted for it, and then each board member decided whether they wanted it or not. So it can be individualized to the board member, as long as we as a body vote to approve it.
I'm just going through the parliamentary process. So I made a motion. Is that sort of
And Lisa seconded it.
a second? And now is that sort of
Now
a
we're
secondary?
discussing.
Secondary
Now we're
motion?
Subsidiary motion.
Subsidiary motion.
Well, I don't know that that's a
No, I just
subsidiary.
seconded it.
No, your motion is fine, she seconded it, and we'll just vote to do it, and then each member can decide on their own whether they want to take it. That's it.
Okay.
Each member doesn't have to take it. If they feel
I
like,
see.
oh,
All
no,
right.
I don't want to take it, they don't have to.
Yeah,
So,
I
but
just
I
think
wasn't
it's-
changing your motion, I was just giving some feedback on a little research that I had done in talking to some of my colleagues across the state. Any comments, Ken? No? Okay. Any other comments? Any comments, Tim?
Well, I decided a few years ago to start declining the benefits that we receive. We do have the option of getting medical, dental, and vision insurance for our families. And when my wife got a new job, we just kind of signed our family up that way. And so I've been declining that, trying to do my little part here to help the department financially. But I'll respect what my board colleagues do.
Okay. So if there's no other comments, we can call for the vote. Yes? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have 3-2 vote.
So based on your instructions, we can come back with a form that the board could then elect to take the maximum allowed or a number of
something.
their choice.
Yeah, whatever they're comfortable with.
Can we do that without?
We should do that individually.
Yeah, we would do it individually. I'm looking at our attorney to see whether that has to be a board-approved action or whether.
That's why I was talking about
That's
the
why,
subsidiary motion.
Oh, did that need to be a subsidiary motion?
if we were going to go that direction with the form and the HR intervention. So,
Okay, then I'll make a subsidiary motion to allow each board member to choose in their individual discussions with the HR department how much of a stipend they want to take.
so we do that one
Ken's
first,
cringing,
right?
so I know
Ken-
I'm about to get something here.
So
I'm about to get something.
here's
Yeah, that's-
So our parliamentary procedures that we follow, we can't do that because it was first and second discussion. We voted, so it passed. So I don't know if we even need the subsidiary motion because it's voluntary. Just like Tim is not voluntarily
Okay.
taking insurance, it's not needed from a parliamentary perspective. That's my humble opinion.
But our attorney had a different opinion, I
Our
think.
attorney had a different
I
opinion.
think
That's
we
the only
should,
reason
I think we
mentioned
voted on the agenda item number 13. That's what I think we did,
Yeah, and that's it.
period.
That's what we did.
it. Okay, so we're good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, moving on to agenda number 14, I'll call up Anna Lee and Dr. Poulin to the podium, please.
Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to highlight a little bit of what has been happening with Access and Connections.
So my name is Annalee Cradle. I'm the Associate Superintendent over our Special Ed and our Connections Division, and we're both very happy to be here tonight to share with you our 2026-27 local control and accountability plan. We're going to refer to it as the LCAP for the rest of the presentation. So, next slide. Do we use the arrows? Okay. So why we're here this evening is in response to Ed Code Section 52066, which describes, it gives local county offices the opportunity to describe our goals, our actions, and our services and our expenditures associated with that in a way of supporting our students towards positive outcomes for all pupils, and of course, always looking at those state standards and the local priorities. So the requirements that we're meeting with offering you the LCAP this evening is to reflect the state's commitment to local control. So these are things that we're doing within our own programs. Of course, transparency, and then accountability to the improved outcomes of all students within our programs. So this is just a snapshot of our programs that we'll be speaking of this evening. So as it relates to the Access Community Schools, our ACC programs, you'll see that we've had a slight decline between 2024 and 25. And so in our 25-26 school year, we had some declining enrollment, which
also reflects a countywide. So we know that we have declining enrollment throughout Orange County. So it would make sense that we would see this. And I think you can see some of the declines are relative to our programs and the numbers that we're serving. In our juvenile hall programs, you also see now there is an area where we were more consistent, and you see that we served, slightly more students in 25-26 than we did in 2024-25. However, you also see that the percentages are very reflective of each other year over those 2 years. As it relates to our community home education program, our CHEP program, and our Pacific Coast High School program, you also see a decline there between 24-25. However, the additional students that we serve within those programs are more consistent. And then our Connections program, we've also seen somewhat of a decline in that program as well as our numbers, about a 6% decline from 24-25 to 25-26. And I know I've shared this in the past, but this we hope is reflective of our district partners serving their students. So we would expect somewhat of a decline. And you see that the numbers are also reflective of that decline from 24-25 to 25-26.
Thank you. And when we look at the equity multiplier, we see that only 2 of our Orange County Department of Education schools receive equity multiplier funding, ACC and AJH. This is our 4th year of EM, or equity multiplier funding. It's intended to provide additional support for student academic achievement. And this slide shares a little bit about student mobility. The high mobility of our students in ACC and AJH demonstrates, again, why we receive the equity multiplier funding for those 2 schools. Last year, in comparison, we had 63 at ACC and 12 at AJH.
So the LCAP demonstrates 5 goal areas, with our first goal area being to increase engagement. And I know that we can all agree that we know that if students are engaged, we will see increases over time. So that goal reflects that we will collaborate with families, schools, and educational partners to establish a strong foundation for student success in welcoming, supportive, and inclusive school environments. This framework will provide all of our students with engaging programs, personalized instruction, and opportunity within their school communities for that to promote respect, cultural appreciation, and inclusivity. By prioritizing responsive engagement, educational partners play an important role in strengthening and participating and improving student outcomes. And you'll see this embedded throughout the additional goal areas, supporting our students. Our next goal areas is in pupil outcomes. So we know that one triggers the other. When we have students that are engaged, they're attending school, we would look to see improved pupil outcomes. So we want to provide all of our students with those comprehensive supports and resources that they need in order to academically and interpersonally succeed in our programs. Our third goal area is in maintaining conditions of learning. So what is it that our environments that we create for our students to learn in? So we want to make sure that all of our students have access to fully credentialed teachers, standards aligned, curricular materials, well-maintained facilities, and a safe learning environment for all students, always maintaining that alignment to the California state standards.
And goal 4 is a bridge to close that opportunity gap for students in the access community schools, where high instances of school mobility and socioeconomically disadvantaged status can create barriers. You'll see that this connects back to that previous slide I shared around equity multiplier. And goal 5 is really an opportunity for us to close achievement gaps for youth and care students who are enrolled in Orange County Department of Ed's Access Juvenile Hall, AJH, with a history of multiple school placements, irregular attendance in their comprehensive schools. So again, it's an opportunity to connect to that funding under equity multiplier. And then looking at some of our highlights for the 25-26 school year, we see that first picture. Those are Connection students that showcase some of their student-run items that they made and were able to sell in March of 2026. Specifically, this is a soap item they created, an opportunity for us to again highlight entrepreneurship, workplace readiness, and community engagement. That picture with the school bus, oh, excuse me, let me go on to the next slide. That opportunity with the picture of the school bus relates to students in our elementary programs that had an opportunity to visit the libraries and pick up books. They also were able to get a library card. And that last picture is a snapshot of our DLAC and ELAC meetings that engaged over 184 family participants. It's an opportunity for us to strengthen family partnerships, create opportunities for families to provide feedback, support our English learner success, and participate in school program level decision making. And this also highlights, again, our partnership with our probation, with CTE. We were able to expand culinary arts across our sites, games, game simulation, esports, and we were able to purchase additional industry-grade equipment that provides students with hands-on career exploration and technical skills training through interactive learning opportunities. We also have an opportunity to fund a Art TOSA, a teacher on special assignment that works with our Access students and Connections so that we can have opportunities for hands art instruction. And we also want to highlight that in April of 2026, OCDE partnered with the OC Probation Department. So our friends in our friends here at Orange County Department of Ed, Foster Youth and Access were able to come together and provide a presentation so that we could connect our probation officers, social workers, and highlight how we are supporting foster youth across the organization. Again, looking at how supporting youth in care with complex needs is at the center of what we do with our LCAP. The LCAP process really starts with goal setting, identifying needs, looking at outcomes, looking at our students that are significantly in need of additional supports, and creating actions, and then tying those actions to cost. That process is set in statute. It has not changed. We also have an opportunity for educational partnership engagement. We look at staff input, discussion groups, advisory committees, listening circles. It is one of my favorite opportunities to hear what our students share, what our families share, what's working, what's needed, community partnerships, to also work with our partners in the community and have them be a part of that conversation is important to us. And so we put a lot of effort into gathering input from our partners to create a robust LCAP that supports all students. And our next steps and timeline, you see here that it has not changed. It is based in statute, and so we come together for a board meeting to share the LCAP. We will come back on the 17th, and then again, based on the next steps, we will upload to the California Department of Education, and then we see approval happening in the fall of 2026. None of this has changed. It's similar to the format that you have followed in the past. We want to thank you for the support you provide for our students in Access and Connections, and an opportunity to highlight all the great things that we do together to support students that need additional supports in order to bridge and close achievement gaps in our community.
Thank you.
Earlier, this board dealt with the concept of a culinary program in one of the local high schools. Primarily Newport Harbor. How does the culinary program we have here compare to that?
So our students are a little different from Newport Harbor. They're with us for about 30 days, 60 days, sometimes 90 days. And so what we have done with our culinary program is to establish milestones to say, what do our students, what skills can they develop in those 30 days, 60 and 90? And we break it down into what we're calling micro badges so that we can say, are they learning to whisk? Are they learning to cut, to chop, to handle food within the health restrictions, to pass certification? So we look at what we can provide our students and what they can take with them. So when they leave us and they go back to our neighboring districts, they can blend into those pathways as well and continue to work towards certification, towards actual badging. And what we also provide is an opportunity for our students to develop hands-on and be able to share those skills within the home or develop the certification and get a job and tie it to entrepreneurship. And I think that's where we connect with Newport. The idea that it's not just about the entry-level job in fast food, but rather the entrepreneurship. We want them to develop new ideas. We want them to explore opportunities and develop businesses so that they can do more, contribute, and continue to live in Orange County.
You know, I always say that there are certain courses that make a big difference in our lives, and always euphemistically joke around that probably the most important courses I took in my life were my wood shop at T. Winkle Junior High in Costa Mesa, my senior year cooking course class at Estancia High School, and my art appreciation at with my senior year in college. So these little things really do make a difference and shape people's lives. And I'm just curious, where did they go for their culinary training and education? Is there a location that we use?
So we have multiple sites and multiple instructors at our within our schools. We have 31 sites, and now we have 15 classes across the organization. Our instructors travel from multiple sites so that some students see them, say, on Tuesday and Thursday, other students see them on Monday and Wednesdays. We also purchased a trailer, and so it's an opportunity for students to have some of the instructional theory and then come out to the trailer, and they're going to get a chance to do the hands-on. Because I understand what you're saying. You need to measure correctly in order for the souffle to taste well. You need to measure twice before you cut. And there's a difference between 1/3 and 1/8. And so I remember that too in my wood shop, metal shop, sewing class, like, oh, that's the difference between 1/3 and 1/8. And so we want our students to have the theory. We also want them to have an opportunity to get hands-on experience.
Thank you.
I have a comment, and it's an extension of what you just said, Doc, which is the classes that you've had in your life which have just so impacted you. And I was born in 1969 and I grew up in the 1980s, and I'm gonna really date myself here, but one of the most impactful classes I have ever taken was a typing class in high school, okay? And I actually took a year of typing, and this is in a classroom. You guys remember the old style typewriters with the paper, okay? A room full of typewriters, when the class starts, it's just clack, 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 really loud. I had a typing teacher, but, they don't teach that any longer. And that is a skill that I take with me to my work or doing board work, every single day. I can type still to this day about 80 or 90 words a minute with reasonably good accuracy. And I'm just wondering, do we offer anything like that, or is that just like an era gone by?
So keyboarding is something we ask our students to pursue on their own during an opportunity with independent studies. Many of our students are completing assignments on their phones, and so they're kind of using their thumbs. So I apologize, but keyboarding and texting on the phones, we give them Chromebooks if they need it, but it's a lost art. I agree with you.
What I love about what you guys are doing is you're making things like math relevant, and you're showing them the measurements, and they realize whether they go into construction, they have to know math. They go into ranching, they have to know math. Whether they're going into baking, especially, you have to know math, or the souffle is going to fall. So I think that's so cool because you can really take something that seems really boring I'm married to a mathematician, by the way, seems really kind of boring, and you can bring it to life in these different ways and reach them in that way. And then the other things that I know you guys are already doing is that I think young students don't understand is when you take these kinds of what I would call applied type of classes, companies in the hospitality business, for example, are looking for these skill sets, and they won't let you into their special, like Marriott and other corporations like that, they won't let you even have a chance to get into their special Voyager programs unless you can say that you have experience in hospitality, in food and beverage. And so they actually get a leg up by having these experiences, where a lot of kids that don't have those experiences because they're on more of an purely academic track, they don't have a chance for those kinds of positions, which is kind of interesting. So I think constantly making those links to, hey, this is way more than what it seems like right here, and let's link it to these careers. So it's awesome. I love what you guys are doing.
Ditto.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next, we are going to have the public hearing.
Well, this is the CCPA.
Okay. What's that?
The CCPA's
Oh,
LCAP
okay.
presentation also.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yep. This is okay. This is part 2 of 14. Okay.
We're on number 15. I'm sorry, you are
16.
actually,
I was just reading the agenda you gave me.
you are correct.
Okay.
I am incorrect. Before that, we need to do the public hearing.
Okay, that's okay.
Oops.
Okay.
One of you please open the public hearing.
I could read the agenda.
I thought
but
maybe
you
they
never
did
know.
it together. I was like, what?
Yeah. I was trying to move this faster. And
Yeah, I like that.
I
skip the
appreciate
step.
that. And I thought I still couldn't read an agenda, so.
At this time, I would like to open up the public hearing as it relates to the LCAP.
I have no comment cards. This
At this time, I'd like to close the meeting.
public hearing.
You got
Thank you.
it.
The hearing.
Excellent. Thank you.
You should get a script from Araceli.
Okay.
Now it's Fatina.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Barkey, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Bean, Cabinet. Thank you everyone for being here. So I'm super honored to be here and present the Local Control Accountability Plan for the College and Career Preparatory Academy for 26-27. Am I moving? Perfect. So before we begin, I think it's very important to ground us in the students we serve. And as you know, you've been to our graduations, visited our sites, we serve an incredible student population. But if you look at our demographics, and you look at our LCAP, the focus is on engagement, the focus is on access, the focus is on flexible pathways, because this is what we need to do to ensure that our students are going to be successful. And here are some exciting program highlights. I'll go into why we've made such amazing progress this year. So if you look at our total enrollments, they've increased. Our graduation numbers have increased. The total number of students served have increased. And the reason for this is because, I can go back for a second here. Okay, good. Reduced credit pathway. I want to start off by saying thank you so much. Deeply honored on behalf of CCPA. Because of that, we did see an increase in our graduation rates. And we also saw an increase in our enrollment. But what you're going to find is because, if you recall, it was a 155 for 19 and above, students are finishing faster. But I can tell you they're more motivated, it's realistic. So I just want to thank you so much for believing that students deserve more than one pathway. In addition to that, we increased events. A big thing for us is connectedness. We want to make sure that our students are connected in school. As you know, when they come to us, they have many gaps in their education. So the more connected they are, the more they're going to come to school, the more they're going to do their homework, and we're going to help them move forward so that they earn their high school diploma and support them in their transition to post-secondary. Just a few more highlights. If you look at the picture in the middle, that was with the incredible California Job Challenge. We're embedding more wellness supports now into our schools, just to make sure that students have a space to really, recharge, reconnect, regulate. And I'll share a very incredible story. So we did a sound bath at California Job Challenge, and for a lot of those students, that was the first time that they ever got to participate in a sound bath. And so many students came up to me afterward, and they said, this really helped me. And even the cadre at the time, the military, they were so grateful because they noticed a change in our students. So that's a big change, and this is something that we're going to expand on when we look at our LCAP for 26-27.
You call that a sound bath?
Yeah. Have you ever attended a sound bath?
Never heard of it.
Oh, you have to look it up. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing. We actually did it for our staff as well, and they really loved it. It's a sound bath. It's like an opportunity to sort of ground yourself and just listen to this beautiful sound. Sound bath.
Okay.
More LCAP highlights. Like I said, we did see an increase in graduation. That's one of our incredible students. This student had the opportunity to participate in the credit reduction pathway. And WASC, one thing that's very different this year that you're going to find, we went through our 6-year WASC, and I'm very proud to report that we got 6 years within mid-year. So I want to thank everyone, Access teams, students, families. And this LCAP, because of that, I'm actually grateful to the WASC Visiting Committee, because what we tried to do is really not make it this separate thing, but really build on what we did during WASC. We started WASC 3 years ago. And so all we did when we started the LCAP process is really approached it through this continuous improvement lens of self-study. So it's very much aligned. So a lot of the priorities that we focused on for our 6-year plan, you will see reflected in our LCAP. Some notes really quickly. Dr. Poulin and Annalie did a wonderful job really giving you an overview of what LCAP is and how you engage educational partners. So I'm not going to go into that. But what was different, the WASC Visiting Committee, again, they were a big part of that process, really provided a lot of input. We were able to reflect together, and they recognized a lot of the areas that we wanted to work on. And that's the best type of progress. I think the progress that you recognize you need to make in order to continue to serve our students so that they're successful. Stakeholder feedback. I think you have packets so you can read some of the feedback. There's nothing more powerful, I think, than student testimony and student voice. And what we did when we surveyed our students, when we surveyed our stakeholders, what I found is that our students feel seen, our partners feel seen, our partners feel supported, they feel connected. And so these are some of the strengths and successes that we're going to continue to build upon. Engagement, we always focus everything on engagement, pupil outcomes, and conditions of learning, right? Like Annalise said earlier, you need to engage students if they're going to demonstrate academic progress, right? And so in terms of engagement, we did a lot of tiered re-engagement last year. We got to hire a clinician. So, we were very diligent in terms of really looking at what do students need to be successful, more strategic in terms of resources. We're constantly updating our resources to make sure that they're aligned with what students need. And so we're going to continue to do that. But what's different is that we're actually going to track a lot of the interventions that we've been doing, because that's important, right? You need to be able to monitor progress. In order to monitor progress, you have to document what you're doing to make sure, because things can feel good, they can look good, but we want to make sure that when we say we're doing this thing, that indeed leads to, improved student outcomes. Pupil outcomes, again, academic progress. We're going to continue to give our students access to curriculum. We did pilot an online curriculum, so they have access to 2 types of curriculum right now. We're going to continue our English learner support. Like I said, I talked about the wellness support, the tiered re-engagement. All of that comes together to make sure that our students are attending school, doing their homework, so that they can continue to, move forward in earning their high school diploma, and again, really preparing them for college and career. One of the things that we did do, we've been continuously expanding our dual enrollment opportunities. So we have partnered with more colleges to give students an opportunity to earn their high school diploma while attending community college. Conditions of learning, this is the foundation, right? In order for students to engage, to learn, they need to be in a safe and supportive learning environment. So we're constantly focused on that. One of the things that we're going to do is explore how can we embed because, we have small sites, wellness spaces to give students an opportunity to recalibrate while they're at the site. And we're doing this just given the success that we've seen in some of our other programming. I just want to say thank you to everyone. I mean, we always say this, right? But nothing gets done, with one person. I think it takes the collective efforts of our students, of our families, the board. Thank you again. You've made such a tremendous difference to the progress we've made. Cabinet, Access Cabinet, teachers, counselor, community resource specialist, our admissions record technician, everyone. I'm grateful for our OCD partners. And so everything we do is for this. And so all our collective efforts, I wait for this time of year every year, and it's one of the most special moments of my life. I always say this, I see myself in our students because I am first generation high school, first generation college graduate. So everything we do is for this, it's for the graduate. And I will leave you with this, and thank you.
I speak for the rest of my colleagues when I tell you there's not a moment we enjoy more than seeing our students' hard work, determination, and perseverance finally pay off on this very special day. Today, we have come here together to rejoice and applaud your efforts. Congratulations, graduates.
Started from nothing, we did it, we made it, we turned into something. I said what I be, but they didn't believe, they thought we was bluffing. You give what you give, I gave it my all, now we in the running. I did.
For 10 years, CCPA has been a home for students aged 16 to 25, a place for those who needed a different path, another chance. You are not just the future, you are what's possible.
Today, we're here not just to celebrate a diploma, but the journey it took to get here. There are 117 of us graduating here today. Each of us with our own stories, our own obstacles, and our own triumphs.
My name is Jacob Perez-Solis, and it's an incredible honor and humbling experience to stand before you and deliver the speech. I'm here to tell you that no matter who you are, what you do, or where you end up, it's all for a reason. Although we don't have the power to choose where we come from, we do have the power to choose where we will end up.
I'd like to start by thanking Off College and Career Preparatory Academy for existing and coming into my life. Because as a teenager in high school, I was a pretty bad student. I failed some classes, and I even became a father at a very young age. And even then, all my parents wanted was for me to finish school and get my diploma. Sí se puede, y orgullosamente les puedo decir que sí se pudo, y se lo dedico a ustedes.
Together, we're more than just a graduating class. We're proof that second chances, hard work, and beliefs in ourselves can lead to something real. We've earned more than just a diploma. We've earned a future. Congratulations, class of 2025. Let's go create what's next.
Started from nothing, we did it, we made it, we turned into something. I said what I be, but they didn't believe, they thought we was bluffing. You give what you give, I gave it my all, now we in the running. I did.
To symbolize your achievement, please move your tassel from the right to the left. Congratulations, class of 2025! Thank you so much. Thank you. So if I may share, the student who said "Sí se puede," that was our oldest student graduate. He was 30 years old when he graduated.
Wow.
So just tell you the power. I mean, he stuck with us.
I thought you could only be 25.
Well, when you enroll. So you enroll students 16 to 25, but as long as you enroll at 25, you can stay till 40.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's
so you
amazing.
Can tell, like, we're big on engagement. We're big on engagement and connectedness.
That's amazing. I didn't realize that.
But it was so moving, and he was so proud. And when we had invited him to speak, he got so emotional. And so, but that tells you the power of CCPA.
I thought he looked older than 25.
Yeah, he's 30.
And I thought,
he was 30, yeah.
Okay, but that's great information. I did not realize that.
Of course, thank you. So thank you, Superintendent Dr. Bean. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, President Barkey. Any questions?
I
I'd like to just add something to the great work that you have been doing and that you've set up, that maybe the public doesn't understand all the hoops you have to go through with WASC, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. I've done self-studies myself, both at UCI and Chapman, and they are these documents that are literally way more than 100 pages long. And self-study means you're really dissecting every bit of the program and seeing where you can improve. And then the WASC representatives come on campus and they see, you know, where you are and where you want to go and that kind of thing. And they sometimes bring in some external people as well. But it's a lot, the public doesn't really understand all that goes into improvement. And it's so that they have documented learning outcomes and they know exactly where they are, where they need to go. And it's not just frou-frou, just, oh yeah, they're learning. You know, there's actually very, systematic outcomes. And then you improve every year because of that. We do them every, 5 to 7 years? That's what we do.
6 years.
Oh, you do 6
Depending
years.
on what you get, but if you get a 6 year, you do the mid-year in 3 years.
So I just wanted to add that color
Thank
to
you
it
so
because
much.
sometimes,
Absolutely.
you know, we have this edgy speak and the public's like, what is WASC? You know, so thank you for everything.
Thank you. Any questions at all for us?
Yeah, Dr. Bean, you're amazing, your staff. Fatima, Annalie, and Maria, there you are. I'm just so impressed with what you have done, your accomplishments, your passion. It's quite moving. It's really quite moving. And your perfect leadership that you have, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We now open the public hearing for the CCPA LCAP.
We have no cards.
We now close the hearing for the CCPA LCAP presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just make a note also, in your red folder, you have a large stack of letters of support from our partners that talk about our programs also. And you also have an updated, the budget overview parents template. Let's see, Lisa Lanier, if I got that correct. After we had printed these, Dave made a couple budget changes, which changed their numbers. And so this is the corrected one in your red folder. Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you and good evening, President Barkley, members of the board. Today we're going to review with you our 26-27 preliminary budget and also provide an overview of the state's fiscal outlook, as well as the governor's May revised proposal for next fiscal year 26-27. So the preliminary budget represents our initial budget forecast for the upcoming fiscal year and also incorporates the key components of the governor's May revise. The report is based on the latest financial information and assumptions that we have available, and it includes our estimated expenditures for the current year, 25-26. So here's a look at the agenda for tonight. Again, first we're going to review through the state's current fiscal outlook and the governor's May revised proposal for next year, followed by a review of our preliminary budget for 26-27 and our multi-year projection. We're also going to talk about the next steps in the budgeting cycle and some of the key budget challenges that we face moving forward. And so here's a glance at the state's current fiscal outlook. And so again, we know the May revise, it was released back on Thursday, May 14th, and it does reflect substantially stronger state tax collections than were projected just a few months ago. In fact, the big three state tax revenue sources, which include personal income, corporation, and sales taxes, are up by about $16.5 billion over the 3-year budget window, and that's since the governor released his January budget. These higher than expected revenues were driven by investments in artificial intelligence and corresponding strong capital gains collections on those investments. And so in January, you may recall the governor had projected a budget deficit next year. This is in 26-27 of $2.9 billion, and then structural deficits of $22 billion annually beginning in 27-28. So with that said, and this is in due in large part to that improved revenue outlook, the governor's May revision includes a balanced budget for next year, 26-27. However, when you look at the subsequent years, those large structural deficits still remain. as well as the elevated risk of a revenue reversal. So here's a chart that just highlights the changes in the state's big three tax revenue estimates. And so for last year, this is fiscal year 24-25, state revenues are up by about 1.6 billion. This is as of the May revision when we compare them to the estimates contained in the governor's January proposal. And then for the current year, 25-26, state revenues are up by about 10.8 billion since the governor released his January budget. Additionally, when we look at next year's budget, 26-27, state revenues are forecast to increase by about 4.1 billion when we compare them to the January budget. So in total, the state's big three tax revenue sources over that 3-year period are up by about $16.5 billion since January. And so here's just a look at some of the key risks to the state budget moving forward. And so although those state revenue collections have improved pretty dramatically since the release of the governor's January proposal, there are some significant risks, including the risk of a stock market correction, and this is due to a potential AI bubble, as well as that elevated risk of in the asset prices. Also, the administration's over-reliance on economic growth and continued strength in capital gains collections that the state is using to help balance those budgets, those structural operating deficits in the out years. Additionally, future economic conditions in the state could be impacted by the proposed billionaire tax initiative, with most of the simulations now forecasting negative outcomes for the state. The state's also challenged by continued increases in Medi-Cal costs and caseload pressures and the impacts of elevated inflation above the Fed's 2% target. Not to mention the uncertainty regarding federal policy changes specifically related to immigration and foreign trade. So here's just a glance at the governor's May revised proposal for next fiscal year. So again, the good news is with the state's improved revenue outlook, the Prop 98 guarantees up $6.4 billion. That's over that 3-year budget window, fiscal years 24-25 through the budget year 26-27. And the governor is proposing, he's proposing to fully fund the statutory COLA of 2.87% next year. And that COLA would apply to our LCFF funding and then certain categorical programs that remain funded outside the LCFF. And of course, our special education program is our largest categorical program that's funded outside the LCFF. We also have the child nutrition program, mandate block grant, and then our foster youth programs as well. And then new for next year, the governor's proposing to provide education employees up to 14 weeks of paid pregnancy disability leave. And this new benefit would be funded through school district and county office of education LCFF funding as an add-on. Additionally, in recognition that special education funding's been underfunded for decades, the governor's proposing an ongoing increase to the special education base funding rate of $423 per average daily attendance. As a result of that, we expect to receive about $1.8 million in additional ongoing funding that could support our special education program. And that's assuming that proposal is adopted as part of the final approved state budget. And then lastly, we know the May revision also includes a proposed one-time discretionary block grant of $5 billion. However, the legislature has suggested some other options for allocating those resources. And so there's still uncertainty that remains whether or not that would be included as part of the final approved state budget. So here's a look at the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. This is for last year, 24-25, which is up about $1.1 billion since the governor released his January budget. And as you can see from this chart, the governor is proposing to fully repay the $8.3 billion maintenance factor obligation. This was created back in 23-24 when they suspended the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. And he also plans to fully repay the $1.9 billion settle up for fiscal year 24-25 that was created when they approved the enacted budget for the current year, 25-26. And here's a look at the Prop 98 guarantee for the current year. This is up approximately $3.7 billion since January. As you can see from this slide, the governor's maintained his proposal. This is to appropriate less than the minimum guarantee in the current year, albeit at a lesser amount of $3.9 billion. That's versus the $5.6 billion that he proposed back in January. And then based on the revenue estimates included in the May revision, the minimum guarantee is calculated at $125 $1.1 billion. However, the governor is proposing to appropriate the guarantee at only $121.2 billion, or $3.9 billion less than the amount required in the current year. And again, the governor continues to cite the inherent risks in developing those revenue projections, and states that if the revenues were to materialize, the funds would be distributed to school districts as part of the 27-28 Budget Act or across multiple years. And of course, we know the education community continues to challenge the maneuver, which is, of course, to appropriate less than the amount required for the Prop 98 guarantee. So here's a look at the Prop 98 guarantee for next year. Now, this is our budget year, 26-27. And so, again, due to the increase in projected state revenues, Governor now estimates the guarantee is up $1.6 billion. That's up from $125.5 billion projected back in January, now to $127.1 billion under the May revision. And so now in total, over that 3-year budget window, the Prop 98 guarantee is up about $6.4 billion since January. And of that $6.4 billion, $3.4 billion is required to be deposited into the Prop 98 reserve account. And so here's a chart that just highlights some of the key changes between the governor's January budget and his May revision. And so as we shared on that previous slide, the Prop 98 guarantee is forecast to increase by $6.4 billion over that 3-year budget window. And again, that's above the estimates contained in his January budget. A slide also highlights the modest increase in the statutory COLA for next year, which is up from 2.41% projected back in January to 2.87% under the May revision. And then it's also important to note that Prop 98 reserve account for the current year is estimated to close with a balance of $10.3 billion as of year end under the May revision. That's versus the $5 billion that he had projected back in January. So next, we're just going to review some of the key changes that occurred since the second interim report was approved by the board back in early March. So in this chart, you can see the cost of living adjustments, as well as the CalPERS and CalSTRS employer contribution rate estimates for each of the next 2 years. So in addition to the modest increase in the statutory COLA projected for next year, 26-27, the projected COLA in fiscal year 27-28 has been revised up as well, slightly. And you can see from 3.06% in January to 3.3% as of the May revision. Regarding the CalPERS employer contribution rate estimate for next fiscal year, the estimate of 26.4% that was projected back in January remains unchanged. However, when you look at the CalPERS employer contribution rate estimate for fiscal year 27-28, you can see it drops slightly from 26.9% to 26.8% as of the May revision. And you're going to note there are no changes currently proposed to the CalSTRS employer contribution rate, which is set at 19.1% for both the current year and then the 2 subsequent years. And this slide just highlights the changes in our estimated average daily attendance projections since we last reported to the board. This was back in early March. And so for the current fiscal year, 25-26, you can see our projected ADA has been revised down by 39 students. And again, that's since the second interim report. And then on a similar note, our projected ADA has been revised down slightly over the next 2 years as well. And the majority of that decline has been in our probation referred students. Next, we're going to review some of our key budget assumptions that we use to build the preliminary budget. And again, so this is look at those multi-year projection assumptions. We always include the current year and the 2 subsequent years. And as we shared in the past, if you were to take a look at those salary lines in the budget book, you would see the increased cost reflected for step and column for all of our classified, certificated, and management staff. You'd also see under the statutory line items, the increased cost reflected for CalSTRS and CalPERS pensions. And then under the health and welfare benefit line items, you'd see the increased cost reflected for health and welfare benefit premiums in the coming year as well. The statutory COLA for this year is set at 2.3%, and for 26-27, that number is also set. So that 2.87% is established for next year. Going back to salaries, we did complete negotiations with all the bargaining groups for the current year, so those salary settlements are reflected as part of the budget. And then when you look at fiscal year 26-27, with the teachers, it was a 2-year agreement, so the settlement's also included for the 26-27 year. And then recently, we reached a tentative agreement with our classified bargaining group, and so that agreement is reflected as well. ADA, we talked about earlier, projected to come in at 4,425 ADA, and you can see over the next couple of years projected to drop a little bit there. As far as LCFF revenue projections go, projected in the current year at 102.1 million. That does represent, it's about a year-over-year decline of $1.9 million. And again, the reason for the decline, when you look at that statutory COLA of 2.3%, it's just not enough to offset the funded ADA declines that we've experienced over the last 3 years. And so when you move across our multi-year projection, that same scenario holds true. So when you go into 26-27, you can see our LCFF funding drops again to about 101.7 million. It's a drop of a little over 400,000 that year. And then when you go to 27-28, drops again to about 99.7 million, or about a 2 million drop overall. All for the same reason, the COLA just not enough to offset the declines in ADA. And then when you look at our tuition for our access and special schools programs, projecting the budget year at just over 49 million, and we are projecting small increase in the subsequent year, 27-28. Next, we're just going to take a look at 2 key summary charts, and this is of the department's revenue and expenditure projections for the budget year. So total general fund revenues coming in at an estimated $362 million. Of that, in terms of local revenue, projected $169.9 million. It's about 47% of our total revenues come in the form of local. We have our LCFF revenues estimated to come in at $143.1 million, or about 40% of our total revenues. State revenues estimated at $32.7 million, or about 9%. And then federal revenues projected about $16.2 million, or 4% of our total operating revenues. And this is to look at the expenditure side, estimated expenditures for 26-27. You can see total expenditures projected about $387.2 million. When you add up the certificated salaries, classified salaries, and the employee benefits, total's about $235 million. It's about 61% of our total general fund budget spent on salaries. The remainder of the budget is spent on books and supplies, estimated at $17.9 million, about 5.6% of our total expenditures. Services at $75.8 million, or 21.2%. Capital outlay, $15.7 million, or about 5.8%. You'll note the majority of those capital outlay expenditures are for our Rancho Sonata project. And then also other outgo, estimated at $42.8 million, or about 11.1% of our total operating expenditures. And then here's a look at the multi-year projection. And so, again, this is our combined general fund, and so it always includes not just those unrestricted discretionary account, but also all those restricted categorical programs. And it is combined, and it is in summary format. The detailed report you can actually find in the budget book. When you look at our multi-year projection, we always include the current year, so this reflects our estimated actuals for the current year, how we project to close out the year. We have our preliminary budget for next year, 26-27, and then the 2 subsequent years. And so when we look at our multi-year projection in the current year, 25-26, you can see we're projected to close the year with an operating deficit of just under $10.4 million. When you drill down and take a look at those unrestricted discretionary accounts that we talked about earlier, we're actually projecting to close out the year with a small surplus of about $685,000. And that surplus includes the required transfer of $16.5 million for the board-approved gap coverage benefit plan. So that transfer is already reflected there. So we're projecting to close out the year in very good financial position heading into 26-27. When you look at the 26-27 budget, you can see we're projecting a deficit of just under $26.4 million. Again, you have to drill down and take a look at just those unrestricted accounts. Total unrestricted deficit is projected about $16.3 million next year. But again, drilling down and looking at what's in those expenditures, a good portion of that, About $14.5 million of those expenditures was for the Rancho Sonata project. So one-time expenditures that would be pulled out. And then we're also still spending those restricted categorical program dollars in the budget year, and there's several $1 million in there one-time expenditures. So when you look at the 26-27 budget, that initial number of $26.4 million looks a little scary, but when you look at the details, we're in good position. As you move out to 27-28 and 28-29, because of what we talked about earlier, those declines in enrollment, which leads to declines in ADA, our revenues are declining. And it's hard to see that when you actually look at the budget book. The way the state determines our LCFF funding, there's an offset under the expenditure lines, but revenues are dropping. At the same time, costs are going up about 3 to 4% per year. And so as we move out into those out years, as we're developing those budgets, we need to make sure that we're making sure that our revenues and expenditures remain in alignment. So that's something that we're definitely focused in on. So next, we just want to talk about some of those key budget challenges that we face moving forward. And we've talked about these many times in the past, and they're not unique to us, right? Whether we're talking about school districts throughout the state, county offices, everybody's experiencing these same challenges. And one, we know the cost for step and column movement, CalSTRS and CalPERS pensions, and then health and welfare benefit premiums continue to go up each and every year, and that's going to place strains on our operating budget. We also know inflationary cost pressures in other areas and supplies and services also remain persistent. And then we have the other challenges that include the expiration of the huge influx that we had in one-time state and federal COVID-19 relief funding, our county offices minimum state aid excess tax status, as well as that continued decline we see in enrollment throughout Orange County. And we know that could have an impact on enrollment in our own programs. And then lastly, we know the state's still facing some pretty significant operating shortfalls in those out years, and they're going to have to develop a plan to address those shortfalls. And then finally, just want to wrap up with a look at the budget timeline. So in order to meet the constitutional deadline, we know the legislature has to pass the main budget bill by June 15th, and then the governor has to sign the final approved state budget by the end of this month, so June 30th. And of course, our staff's going to take a look at the May revision. We'll compare it to the final approved state budget, and then any required revisions that are required, we'll bring forward to the board as part of a future board update or budget update. And so that was the presentation I wanted to share. Before I open up to questions, again, just want to say a big thank you to our fiscal staff that worked on putting the budget together, worked on the presentation, the budget book, and do an outstanding job in getting all this stuff prepared for the meeting. So thank you to them.
If I could add, I've been in several meetings, both with Renee and David. I do want David to once again go to the slide where it shows the deficits for each year.
Yes.
And help this board understand the difference between structural deficit and deficit caused by one-time expenditures.
Yeah, let's go back here.
I.e. Rancho Sonata.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And unrestricted funds that we have to pay down.
Yeah. And so when you look at our multi-year projection, there's really two key components to this projection. You have all of your unrestricted operating accounts, and then you have all those restricted categorical programs. And they're all lumped together in what you're seeing here. And so to really break it out and to see, a better look at those one-time expenditures and how they impact your budget, you really need to separate the two out, which is something that we could do in future updates. But when you talk about a structural deficit, you're looking at those ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures that you receive, your discretionary monies and your discretionary expenses, and those need to be in alignment. And so when I refer to a structural deficit or a structural surplus, I'm talking about those discretionary dollars that we have our choice on how we can spend them. And so all of our restricted categorical programs come with specific restrictions on how we can spend them. And the one thing that we have to do with those programs is we always have to manage when the grants are ending, if there's any people charged to those programs. And so that's something that our fiscal services staff monitors very, very closely. Because anytime we have salaries and benefits charged to the restricted programs and those programs are ending, we need to make sure that we either find places for those individuals, or if they're funded with categorical dollars, those are positions that we might have to revisit, moving forward.
So what are some examples of how you're keeping an eye on aligning the revenues versus the declines and expenditures?
It's a great question. I think when you talk to our fiscal services staff, one of the things that they're very focused in on is making sure that we're spending our money wisely, right? And so when they're having their meetings with their counterparts throughout the department, they're focused in on making sure that their budget is accurate, their revenues. So if they've got a program that generates income for the department, they'll sit down with them and make sure that those revenue estimates are accurate and that the expenses that they have lined up with those individual budgets are also accurate. So it's trying to develop a budget that is well presented, is accurate, and we do the same with, even in our discussions in cabinet, we'll do the same.
Well, what about like looking at the ADA declines and stuff like that?
Yeah.
How are you handling those kinds of things?
Yeah. With ADA declines, I think a lot of it comes down to, it's really trying to address what the specific decline would be. So when you look at like our S1S students, we had a big influx in S1S students this year. And so part of it had to do with an extension of the timeline for districts to apply, for students to enroll. And so looking at our processes sometimes, by changing something in our process, could generate additional income. When we're developing the calendars, we're looking at how many days, how many student attendance days are in those calendars, making sure that we don't reduce those days, that those days, stay consistent. So, things.
And by the way, that took an extra pair of eyes to look at S1S and extend that, and that was my call to do that, and that really helped generate the IDA for last year, and we continue to do that practice this year as well.
That's cool. That's cool. But what happens when when you can't do that? You
Well,
can't
then
find a
what
trick
we
like
do,
that.
so what, we had a meeting this past week, and I asked exactly that question. And what will happen is we're financially healthy right now. What will happen is across the state and districts is that revenue is going to start decreasing 2-3 years out. And so what we're going to do is take a proactive stance where we may start to tighten the budget or tighten the belt.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
Exactly. We will be tightening the belt, and we're thinking about different ways to do that across the board.
Yeah.
For each unit, each team that we have.
Because that scares people, right? So
Yeah, we're not there yet.
right. But thinking forward,
Yes.
is that things like attrition, if
That's
someone
correct.
retires,
Right,
then
right.
that position isn't filled?
That's correct.
I mean, what are some of the tricks up your sleeve that you're thinking about so that teachers can feel secure? If they want to stay, they've got their job and staff,
Yeah.
Because I'm sure everybody's looking at all these numbers and starting to freak out. I mean, we've been freaking out for a couple years now.
Yeah.
And it could get,
It's exactly what you just said.
it could likely get worse, yeah.
Don't have to backfill some of these positions at, central office, things like that.
So when you look at our budget, it is very, very conservative. And so when we present this budget to you at first interim, so when we budget as if we're going to fill those positions are going to be filled for the full year. And so those salary and benefit line items are very conservative. So as we present the first interim report, we'll tighten that up because we'll be looking at when that position was actually filled. And so you'll see additional savings built into it at that point. So when you look at the deficits in those out years, those are very conservative numbers. But to your point, we definitely would look at the number of vacant positions. We have quite a few vacant
We
positions.
have a lot of vacant positions that haven't been filled.
Yeah.
And so those will be backed out
Right.
as we get into those years.
And I guess the message I'm trying to send, and I think I'm speaking for the board, but you guys chip in if I am overstepping, but I think, we just, as we go through these, we know the declines are coming, and I know you guys are looking at all the numbers very carefully, but I think as the board, we're very concerned that people feel secure in their jobs, if they're doing a good job, and that there are other ways that we can pull back certain programs that might be not having the outcomes we were hoping, and those kinds of things first. We move on those things first, the things that aren't really performing the way maybe you thought when the money came in for a grant or something, and you're like, yeah, that's not really what we're not seeing the performance there. So rather than people, you're focusing on tightening those kinds of things and all the overlap that we often see in the budget with these different budget codes. You've got a lot of overlap with programs.
Yes, that's exactly what we're
Okay.
looking at.
I figured, but I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, protecting
for the
people,
public.
staff, looking at programs.
Yeah.
We have developed just recently a platform that helps us to analyze the different programs in terms of participation from districts and how many students that it impacts. And if those programs aren't making those impacts, then those are programs that we need to look at.
Yeah, and I know it's difficult to do, like, if there's a program in higher ed, like, let's say, the German program, and the person teaching the German program is very excited about it, but there's one student, those are things we might need to look at.
2 students is okay, but 1 for that.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I know. No, I got
I think Dr. Bean or Dave, if you could also share that you've put a new process in place, and any new positions that we have to go through a specific process now also.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so that's new, and so we're not just, they have to be, go before cabinet, so you want to explain that?
Yeah, I think that's another thing that we've done the last couple of years since Dr. Bean has come on board is make sure that any new positions are vetted through cabinet. So whoever's putting that position forward has to bring forward an explanation, justification, and really sell it to cabinet. So
let me add to that. They come to me first. I give them my opinion, and then I don't make that final decision. We bring it to the cabinet so that we have 12 members that speak into that particular proposal.
I like that.
Yeah.
Very good.
That decision should not just rest on me because there's a lot of, eyes on that. And so I want 12 people to speak into whether that proposal is proper or not to move forward to.
Thank you.
Can I ask, slide number 9 intrigued me. So the governor wants to, I think it was slide 9. Yeah, so he wants to add to the special ed budget, so it's a total of 2.4 billion. Okay, so the state gives extra money towards special education, but then what happens on our end when we get that extra funding? I mean, are we just giving, does that become raises to the employees working in special education, or how does that, what do we do with those extra dollars? How does it get?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, when you look at special education funding, it's been so underfunded for so long. The amount of encroachment that each district has is significant, right? It's hundreds of millions of dollars across Orange County. So the amount that we're estimating that we'll generate from that is probably about $1.7, $1.8 million. And that will help reduce that encroachment. But I think it's also an opportunity for special ed folks to take a look at that and see how they might invest those dollars differently in the program. But I think the first thing is really looking at how can we shore up that budget a little bit.
So encroachment, so we're taking dollars that maybe were not originally intended for special education to right now supplement and so now we just won't have to do as much of that as do I understand that right?
That's exactly it. To help reduce that they call it, I think the correct terminology is general fund support. Encroachment was the old language we used to use, but yes. Yes.
We're dating ourselves here. So.
Yes. I'm dating myself.
But I will give credit where credit is due. This is the first time in quite a while that a little bit more money has been given to special education and attention to that. And we know how important that is. So,
well, it's remarkable given, I mean, doesn't everyone agree that, the incidence of autism has really been climbing over the year, right? So,
yeah.
All right.
I think our encroachment for access, the last I looked, was extremely,
It's several million, yeah.
It's several $1 million, and so that 1.7, and we have a couple districts that could be $40 million or more, just that contribution piece. And so though we appreciate this and we think it's great, it will go nowhere to fill the actual costs that are happening.
Yeah.
So, but we appreciate the government.
my hope is that it becomes a snowball effect in future years, that more public would look at that and say, yes, we need to fund special education since it's been underfunded for decades.
think the one other thing just to mention is our MTSS grant. And
Oh,
so
yes.
Dr. Bean and the team has done an amazing job of working with the state. This would have been our last year of funding for MTSS, and in the state budget, we're actually allocated another $50 million.
And it's in the trailer bill called out OCBE.
Oh, wow.
And that was under
Community schools?
well, not community schools, it's under MTSS,
MTSS.
but to support things like community schools in terms of academics and, those things that we're looking at strongly. So we're pretty happy about that. I think it was a total of about 50 million. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Great presentation. Appreciate all the information and on-the-spot responses and everything.
Thank you.
You're going to do the public hearing?
Yes. All right. So again, thank you for allowing Superintendent to conduct the public hearing for public input on the department's 26-27 preliminary budget. So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and ask Ms. Hendrick if we have any public comments regarding this item.
We have none.
Okay, so hearing no public comments, the hearing is now closed.
All right. So, looks like we are now moving to information items, communication, information discussion, salary increases over 10,000 in accordance with the Education Code 1302 and Board Policy 100-10.
The report's in your folder, is in the binder.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote on that.
No, that was just informational.
Exactly.
Okay. So,
Yep. I think they're going to turn on the presentation here. So as he pulls that up, a couple of superintendent announcements. One is that my daughter graduated Cal Berkeley 2 weeks ago as the top student in legal studies program.
wow. Congratulations.
Surprise, totally surprised me. They kept it a surprise. So when I saw that, they wouldn't even let me have the, the program. And so when she was announced on stage, you should have seen me. I was bawling. So that was awesome.
Special.
Yeah, very special.
Very special.
Okay.
Oh, is that it? That's it? All?
No, there's more, but we're just waiting for the.
Okay. Okay.
We're just waiting. Yeah, just a few more items.
Well, while you're waiting, I'll make a couple little announcements. So while we're talking about graduations, my 21-year-old just graduated from Chapman University. And she didn't have all the honors of the top, but anyway, she did very well, and she's going on to a graduate program in Milan, Italy, starting in September.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is she studying?
Huh?
What is she studying?
She's going to study fashion communication and luxury brands.
Wow.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And so she'll be connected with like the Prada Foundation, Gucci Foundation, all those. She'll be connected. So that's kind of nice. Maybe I'll get some new threads to wear to the meeting. And then my freshman got, she had straight A's as a pre-med student at SMU, so I'm very excited.
Wow.
And then she has an internship at City of Hope this summer. So
Nice.
yeah. So yeah.
All right.
Seeing how we're talking about our kids.
Yes.
We were killing time when the video didn't go.
Oh, no, then
No,
go
it's
ahead.
okay.
No, go ahead.
You sure? Okay, I'll be quick. So as we look at the 531 strategic plan, tonight I just want to report a couple of the triangles. Oh, by the way, we had a what's called a 531 symposium where we had multiple teams who are responsible for each triangle come together and create key performance indicators, KPIs for each. So those we placed in the plan, strategic plan, so that the community will know what we're working toward. For tonight, under instruction and literacy, I do want you to, there are subtle meanings and themes in this 531 that people should catch on to. The number one, first, is that, as you can see at top, is always about students, right? That's why you have that one up top. But in the center of all that, it's really about driving instruction and literacy. And if we can build literacy across content areas, then the rest of this will work. So happy to report that I got to be on the field and congratulate and support our 8th grade avid standouts. A couple weeks ago, that was pretty cool to be on that field. I will tell you, though, that they're very particular about the grass, so they wouldn't let me roll in the grass.
Wow.
So I had to roll in the dirt, and I got my suit all messed up. So it's okay. Which is an honor to be down there. But we had about, if I look at this, let's see, how many students do we have? Oh, yeah, by the way, there were students that were given $10,000 in scholarship by the Angels Baseball Foundation.
Wow.
And 68 of those students also received a laptop computer by the foundation. So very nice partnership we have with Angels Baseball Foundation, and just wanted to lift them up and give them big kudos. Under this idea of enhancing career technical education, we have formed a partnership with Chapman to strengthen leadership through Disability Institute. So basically, we are bringing awareness to increasing and including our students with disabilities and people with disabilities into the workforce.
Good.
And that's what this program is for.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of student and school safety, I want to kind of debrief how the incident in Garden Grove played out here. Remember about 2 years ago, I asked for an audit analysis on how we do emergency procedures and safety procedures. Based on the findings, it was determined that we needed to hire a director of safety to bring and align all of those pieces together, because we're such a large organization. Not only that, is that we have schools also that need to be protected and that we need to ensure safety in. So, as a part of emergency preparedness, he planned, he strategized, and this was actually an incident in which the plan was well executed. So just so you know, the evening of May 25th, we were notified that there's evacuation ordered in Garden Grove, in that area, but then it was lifted. But the very next morning at 5:30 a.m., we got a call that the evacuation order was implemented again, but now broadened, and which included actually my house. Came back from picking up the cleaners at 7:30 a.m., and there was a helicopter on top announcing you must evacuate your house. The OCDE liaison that we have communicates regularly with public safety and received information from multiple sources, sheriff, OCFA, and districts. Communicates that then to our director of safety, which then informs our central command team here at OCDE. It was then determined and decided upon to close our schools at Magnolia, Anaheim West, Southwest Anaheim, and Century Access sites. And that was done very well, actually. The decision was made about 7:30 a.m. I know it's very last minute, but oftentimes we don't have time to respond to these things because it happened right away in the morning of. We then began to support our districts. So first, as you see, we have to support our schools, our own schools, and then we need to reach out and support our districts. So we're in constant communication with Garden Grove Superintendent, Anaheim, Westminster, Savannah, Los Alamitos, and Magnolia school districts. Although the most impacted certainly was Garden Grove and Westminster School District. I was in communication with their superintendents, as well as our state superintendent of public instruction, Tony Thurman. The biggest need in that emergency was just basically hotel vouchers. And because we can't necessarily give hotel vouchers away because it could be considered gift of public funds, Thurman then worked with us on using a nonprofit foundation that they have to channel some of those vouchers to our school districts. So pretty happy with that coordination between CDE and our districts. Then the liaison that we talked about continued providing updates to the county emergency response team. We got information real time, and then twice daily we had situational status updates. And then as you know, the evacuation order was lifted on May 26th. After that, as you always should do after emergency, we conducted an internal after action review and hot wash, and don't ask me what hot wash means. I have no idea what that means. It was just on there the next day. Do you know, Dennis, what does hot wash mean?
Well, ChatGPT says.
Thank you.
That hot wash is an immediate debrief conducted shortly after an event while experiences are still fresh.
There you go.
Which is what it was.
So that's what our you can tell our director had to say in this slide here. And it was actually a very good debrief. We tightened a few things up, but in general, I think that our team did very well with communication. I think one thing we could improve on now that we're sitting here is updating our board without violating Brown Act. So we need to figure that. You can do that, right?
We're not taking any action.
Yeah. So we need to involve our board in those updates, is what I'm just thinking about. Anyways, proud that we are holding student and school safety as a priority in our organization. And that's my update.
Okay, so we have our next board meeting in 2 weeks. The submission deadline is today.
Oh, okay.
So, and you will have obviously the budget and LCAP decisions on those. That is, I think, all we had. Also, I have received multiple applications for the board liaison position, and so I need to have a couple volunteers who would like to, see Dr. Williams already, be on that panel to help screen and interview. I can send something out later. Or...
Yeah, I mean, if my schedule allows, I'd love to do it. I just know I have a very busy schedule.
Daunting schedule.
So we will, so let me, so right now, if you're saying the two of you, if I can send you the applications for you to help review. And then we could go from there about scheduling. I think I have 7 currently. And then we do have 3 interdistrict appeals for the next meeting.
Okay.
Which is better.
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. We thought it was 7, so I'm pretty happy.
I'm thinking it's going to be a very short agenda since today is the deadline for agenda items, so it's going to be a very short agenda.
We try to normally for this one, because you're having 2 in a month, to make it a little bit about the action stuff. So I know we have one other item on already. So if you need something, just let us know.
Okay.
But that is all I have.
All right.
Madam
Next.
President, I don't see board member comments, and this is usually where we would.
Yeah, I don't know why that's not there, but we'll do that right after committee reports. Is there any legislative updates? Do we have anything we want to talk about there? No. Okay. Then committee reports and/or board member comments?
So I have 1.
Okay.
Or maybe 2. So we had an access teacher during the public comments today. It was a man, I don't know his name. I think he identified himself as a teacher. Said that there was cheating going on in the access program. He said something about another teacher telling students they can identify any way they want, and another teacher playing Stephen Colbert's CNN show. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Colbert thing or the identifying any way you want, but the cheating is a major issue for me. So I don't know the name of that teacher, but I'd like to set up a meeting with that teacher. I'm then going to...
He is not a teacher with us
not a
any
teacher.
longer.
He's retired.
He's retired.
So how is someone who is retired knowledgeable about cheating in the access program?
Well, public comment really is public comment.
Well, I thought he was an active working teacher in our access. He is not. All right. Well, to the prior teacher in the access program who made your public comment, please contact Daru Sisabath. She will please send me an email telling me how you know that there is cheating going on in the access program. I very much, if you send me that email, I will take further action on it. The good public comment was, since we were talking about our kids, was and I know I always talk about my son and his baseball, but kind of proud papa moment. I actually got a phone call from a Texas-based baseball organization asking if they could fly my son to Texas to play in a national tournament at the end of June. I said yes. Wow. And they're gonna pay his airfare. They're gonna pay for a hotel room. And by the way, my kid just turned 9. Wow.
So you will be there.
I will be there. They won't pay for me, but they'll pay for him.
Yeah. They'll let you stay in his room, though, I hope.
You're going to be there, yeah.
No tournament fees. No, they want him on the team for that tournament, and that's kind of exciting. My son has a contract with Easton Bats and Rawlings baseball equipment, and that's something that I signed for him last year. So it's fun. Now he's getting flown around the country.
That's so fun.
Pretty cool.
I just want to give a shout out. I know many of us attended a lot of graduations, and I see Superintendent Heidi Gaska here, and I was able to attend her 2 graduations and say a few words, and it was really special to be a part of that. So.
Are you planning on being present at the next board meeting, or are you flying to Texas?
If it's 2 weeks from now, I will still be here. I won't be in Texas yet.
Okay.
I will be.
That's why I got a little nervous, because I have 2 of you already scheduled to be remote. So that's why I was like,
3 here.
Who else?
Yeah.
Me.
Oh, you.
I'm teaching a travel course.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the other 3 of us need to be here.
I'll be in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
For the one in 2 weeks, yeah.
That's what
I'll be back in July. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was able to participate in a number of the graduations at the Fullerton High School District, including Sonora High School, where they allowed me to hand my son his diploma.
Nice.
So that was kind of fun.
Nice.
I appreciated them letting me do that. So.
Oh, one more thing. A sincere congratulations to my colleague Lisa Sparks for really just blowing it out of the park, hitting it out of the
Maybe I
ballpark.
can get an Easton contract or something.
Landslide Lisa.
And
I used to play softball.
I'm really very pleased to have known Tim Shaw as he moves up the trajectory to supervisor of Orange County.
You guys are going to jinx this. I have 1-0
You
yet.
haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that's right.
You're halfway there.
There's also Landslide Stefan. He's batting 1,000%.
I was sweating it last night.
And Trustee Barkey, too, running unopposed.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Hi.
Yep.
We're cruising up here, man. Jeez.
Yeah, it was a nice election cycle this cycle. Hopefully the ones to come are just as fun.
Yeah.
It is really nice not to have to run.
Yeah.
I also participated. I have been to OSHA's grand finale, which was amazing. Just those kids. Tim was there with me as well, and they shouted out and actually had us stand up in that big auditorium. So it was pretty cool. I recently went to Learn for Life, another great graduation that I go to just about every year. And a couple days ago, I visited Legacy Innovate, and very impressed with their campus. They have a very unique campus with the amphitheater right in the middle of the campus. It's really, really cool. What's that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So really excited about Atlas. They participated, came over, and really impressive to watch. What do they call it? Their capstone, that they actually do a presentation you feel like you're on a college campus rather than a high school campus. It's very, very impressive. So, and this week looking forward to Skyview and Los Al and Epic. So it'll be a busy week, and next week we have a few more. So lots of fun stuff. This is fun stuff going on right now. Anything to share?
I went to Rome, gave a lecture at the Italian Hair Conference.
Well, that's fun.
Did a lot of soul searching. It was a good spiritual journey. It was in the prison that the Apostle Paul and Peter were in. Back then, 2,000 years ago, when you were a condemned prisoner, they sent you to this Palatine prison. It's in the Forum, and it's underneath subterranean. It's carved out, and it's completely dark. There's only one hole that you can go down into this, and so kind of a spiritual sojourn to be in the same room where the Apostle Paul, the night before he was beheaded, you wonder what he was thinking, or
Yeah.
Peter before he was crucified upside down. So I enjoy Roman history. There's a lot
Yeah,
there.
wow, that sounds like a good, interesting trip.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's it. We're ready to adjourn? Yes?
Make
All
a
right.
motion.
All right.